All right. I don't see any error messages, which is a good sign. Get my flag. That's the most important part. All right. Difficulty options. Run on normal, which I think is what I did last time. What else did I change? Require signal for control and plasma blackout. I turned on. Incurbalism. Lifetime radiation. Turn off the electric charge notification because it's annoying. kOS. I think I turned on Start on Archive. And I think that was the only thing that I changed. Real antennas, nothing changed. Realism overhaul. Just crank it all the way up, because may as well have all the parts. Flip these around. RP-1, turn off the default craft files. RSSVE is fine. System heat, I think, is fine. Pre-launch ignition failures, because I'm a masochist. Okay. I think that's what I did last time. It's been a while since I set it up, but those are more or less the settings that I think make sense. I don't think there's a lot to mess with as far as other things go. Oh. Apparently I'm near the end of the limit. Well, we'll just put a 2 in there. All right, so the thing to keep in mind this time is we want to be running more optional contracts because we want to be getting more science sooner. And we want to be getting yeah, we want to be keeping up our reputation, and we want to be getting more science. So that means run as many missions as we can, as often as we can. Let's see if we can make it longer than 10 years this time. We were doing okay at first satellite, and then we really fell behind kind of through the 50s into the early 60s. So all right. I'm gonna grab both of these. I don't think we need to go to breakneck. I can't take... I think I could take one of them at breakneck and one of them at fast, but I don't think it makes sense to. So yeah, both of these have until... We've got 6 years to get this done. And these are all of the same contracts that we had before. Let me fix my IntelliJ so that we have a new... Okay, cool. Let's... Open. Close the old one. And I'll be able to copy stuff from the old folder to the new one, but I'm gonna keep it kind of cleaner and start with a empty folder for now. So I've got that going. We've got our first programs. So, I mean, first launch and Carmen line we should be able to achieve. And with 2 initial science, I mean, I think post-war rocketry testing and, I mean, avionics is helpful too, getting the biosample capsule earlier. But early solids and post-war rocketry testing get us into starting with a quick save capable system and other lies you could tell yourself. Yep, exactly. Well, we probably don't need a quick save capable system for the first couple of sounding rocket flights, right? Because these are just like whack corporals. But I do want to spend a little bit more time on some of that underlying mechanics this time when I start writing the code, because I do think that it, especially since I have... Yeah, we'll do it next stream, eternally. Exactly. Science core... What do I need? Like 100 EC? Oh, it's gonna be mad at me anyway, so... And telemetry analysis and the other experiments. Back when making rockets was easy. Fuel tank. Oh, that's supposed to be 0.3. How did I end up at 0.4? Oh, I'm missing one of the things that I had to manually install. I will make a note and fix that next time. But the configuration that sorted my engines is missing. Obviously. Alright, and what's the burn time on the Aerobee? 47 seconds. Where's MacJeb? MacJeb, I need you. Delta V stats. Up where I want you. Yeah. Tank type. High pressure. Bill for the whack corporal. $3 for a rated burn time of 47 seconds. That's at 51.6. $3.1. Doesn't really matter. And Center of mass, center of lift. Yeah. That should be fine, although, where's our dry center of mass? Yeah, it moves forward, not backwards. And then, how is Far feeling about this? 0.006? I think that's probably fine. All right. And then we have the Aerobee interstage and Tiny Tim. And, oh, I missed this setting. I need to turn that off to automatically open the avionics view. Let's get our comms figured out. Run it on VHF. Antenna planning to Cape Canaveral VHF. Maximum distance 150 kilometers. Sure. Yeah, we don't need 13 BPS at 150 kilometers. We need like yeah, that's fine. And then I think the other thing, yeah, our center of mass lift is a little bit high at the start. I should probably drop some wings on this thing too. There we go. That should keep it a little more stable. All right, let's just double check that this is actually hitting the Kármán line. And if it is, then we'll get the script for this. The script for this is easy. The script for this is just like stage, wait, stage. Oh god, nav HUD's on. And flight engineer needs to be hidden. Did my 12 hours from now not end up in morning? Oops. Yeah, all the default stuff that opened up. I think I've got most of some stuff. Why did that fail? I forgot to disable failures in the test flight. But we'll go back and I will get us to a time that's actually visible anyway. Simulate, let's do like 15 hours from now. Turn off part failures. Try again. Helps if I turn up the throttle. I'm so spoiled by kOS now. I forget all the stuff that I actually have to do to fly rockets. Like turn on the throttle and stage properly. All right. Oh, I probably need to make my wings lighter. I forgot to adjust their strength, which probably means that we're not going to hit 100. Or maybe we will. And I still have some weight trimming that we can do on this one. So we'll probably because yeah, these guys need their mass strength multiplier down. Same with these ones. Let's see if 0.1 flies. 0.1 might be a little too aggressive. I might need 0.15 or 0.2. But even still, this thing should be able to get pretty close to 150. Or 140, rather. Alright, they seem okay with the 0.1. I'm surprised, but I'll take it. Yeah, 135. A little bit higher than we got on the first attempt. I could tweak this and probably get it to, like, just barely cross to 140, but I don't think it's worth the hassle. Alright, so now we just have to, like, paint it and get ourselves some decals and write the... Oh my god, Kerbal Engineer, go away. Yeah, paint it and write the script for it. I was doing a bunch of orange before I gave up on the orange, and I did like the orange Celeste save. But there's also the always delightful Delta Blue that we could be using with something. I do like the Delta Blue. Oops. Let's see, textures, here we go. Trick is finding one that's going to look good with the threefold symmetry that I've got on these fins. I could go for fourfold symmetry instead, I guess. But oh, that's not bad. That's not all. Well, it's garish, but I love it, so. And then we need on the side, I think it's under structural. Yeah, text. What is 217.41.6? Close enough. Okay. Yep, that's pretty much it. Let's head back over to. Oop, I gotta switch my tool. Capture again. Back to IntelliJ. All right, nice, clean. All right. Here's kind of the standard I need to double check the name of that engine. Oh, and that's also the sustainer. What's the booster? It's gonna be Tiny Tim. Again, I need to fix these names. Wait until stage ready. Wait until... All right. That's pretty much it for this script. So I just need to get the actual names of the modules. KOS ROE-arrow B. And the Tiny Tim is just Tiny Tim. Okay. Alright, that should do what we want now. And since I only have one avionics core, I think the KOS reread boot folder should actually work for me. And set our boot file to whack. How much power do we actually have here? 16 minutes? Yeah, I could save a little bit of mass with slightly lowering our batteries. But I think it's probably fine. I could definitely fine-tune this and get it to hit that 140-kilometer line, but it's just not necessary for this launch. Oop, I didn't like something. Oh. I need these to be indexed, of course. So that should be what we want now. Is my throttle not? How did my throttle not get set? I'm very confused. Why my lock didn't run. There it goes. Oh! Oh, this is a KOS setting, isn't it? It's unlocking the throttle when it thinks the script is done. All right. Well, that's easy. We can add a weight here. Alright, this just won't let it change the throttle until the engine is actually burned out. Well, really until apogee. But that should do what we need to stop it from turning off the engine when it stages. And then I need to check my settings and fix that for kOS, I think. No, maybe not, because the script is ending. I don't know. I don't remember how I handled this initially, last time I was doing this mission. All right, that looks like this is going to hit these contracts just fine, which is not really a surprise. Oof, those, that is some major Z fighting over on, whatever's over there. Cuba? I'm not sure what's up with that. But yeah, this will finish this. Well, it already did finish the mission. So we can get the facility building for this. I think if we go up to 2 maximum, yeah. It's our current height, 7.2 meters. I think this is fine, fine. Let's just start the complex. Get our applicants in as researchers at the start. And we should be able to... Yeah, this rocket costs 70 when it's tooled. So we will tool the whole thing. Oh, right. We don't have the launch complex yet. And the other thing that I should do, is get a... if we look at our initial sounding rockets, these suborbital, this suborbital trajectory and return is an option. And also in research, there's low space film return, which I think, yeah, we get these both as soon as we have Carmen line. Yes. So we can get low space film return vessel set up. So film camera on a V2, basically. And this will have... I mean, I think for this one, we want to grab our, like, gravity turn code from the Thor and set it up in, like, a V2 stage. Let's see, science, the camera, and a parachute. Because this will just be the front of our rocket. And then... I grab... We use these. They have the built-in... Oh, I need a decoupler. Let's put a decoupler in first. I do the... There's a 3-2 nose. The diameter of... Done this before. Let's see if I can remember it. 1.875. That gives us 1.25 up at the top. I think we want to use the 3-2 long. I think that looks better. Yeah. Cylinder. Diameter, 1.25. Minimum length. Engine-wise, I mean, pretty much our only option is the A4 at the start. Although, depending on how long research takes and how long the launch complex takes to make, we may actually want to do... Will this tell me how long it's going to take? Construction time, 25... Well, more than that when all is said and done. But probably less than... Well, we'll see. Mount. Alright, this thing burns for 70 seconds. And I need a launch pad on the bottom. There we go. It can't ignite without being attached on the ground, so it won't show me the actual burn time without the... Oh, whoops, that's the wrong thing. Let's change the nose to the not long one. 3-2 short. What's the rated burn time on this? 70 seconds. And it's got a minute and change. Yeah, a minute 17. So that's about it. Oof. Can't believe I used to fly these things. This is very stubby at this 1.875, 3-2 nose. I mean, it is a V2, which was a stubby rocket to begin with, but... yeah, I think that's gonna have to do it. What's the mass of this thing? About 13 tons, okay. Let's get our avionics for the overall thing. Fly, resize to fit. Surprised we can't do like exactly 600. It's also a really big avionics section, and now I'm wondering if what I actually want to do is if I make this a little bit narrower, like 1.5 meters, and get rid of the nose, reconnect this so it actually knows how much burn time we have. Yeah, so that's... sure. And then if I take this avionics unit and I make it a cone with the top at 1.25 and the bottom at 1.5, and I say we've got 13 tons, 500 EC. Yeah, that came up with a much more reasonable length. And this is a much less stubby rocket. The problem is, this might be too unstubby. Which is to say that when I replace this engine, when I upgrade this rocket, right, with like the XLR-41, there's also, well, I mean, yeah. Oh, that's actually still not bad. At 8.5 meters there for the XLR-41 version. It's a little narrow. But, like, even just going up to 1.6, it's going to be stubby with the original A4. I can already tell. Maybe not. $1.6 meters? It's a weird number. But yeah, 1.6 meters, then we could probably make it 500. Yeah. 13 tons, 500 EC, reserve dimensions. Oh, this is not the right thing. So yeah, like 26 minutes here, and then when we ditch it, it should last like 25 more. Yeah. So that should be fine. And as far as science goes, it's going to be exactly the same, like standard experiments. Thermometer and barometer. On for all of them. Light-wise, engine on, do the thing, separate. Parachute, that's fine. Alright, I guess 1.6 is the diameter for this rocket. What was the actual, Actual V2 was 1.65 meters. Okay. So I guess 1.6 is not, so wild after all. Obviously this is a bad base choice here. Really, I just want to push the mount V scale up, I think, until it kind of works. There we go. Now, center of mass, aerodynamic. Let's get wings on this thing. That doesn't look bad. I'll take that. Okay. So... Oh, right. Let's do the parachute as well. Parachute editor. Single chute, 0 spares, cheapest material. Wanted touchdown speed can be like 8. All right. What does this think our delta V is? 3,200. That should be plenty, I think, for the missions that we need this to do. All right, so code-wise... so V2 camera is actually going to start using some stage logic. Okay. And this thing is going to have... I mean, basically, we want to... When we're flying these things, we want to just be flying them in different launch azimuths. We're not going to be trying to get into a specific target inclination. We're just going to, like, pitch over in an azimuth and then do a... what's the word I'm looking for? Do a gravity turn. So it's going to be like V2 launch of target azimuth. And we'll start with 90 because that's easy. Alright, and I'm just gonna, like, copy and paste code from... old versions of this, because we have the old code. Alright, so we're going to launch with an azimuth, lock the throttle. Yeah, we don't need this part here because that's going to be part of our launch sequence now. Okay, here's kind of the whole thing. So this is going to be an ROE A4. And, I mean, I guess we can call it heading. And then, yeah, the next stage of this. We'll have to tweak this for this ship. These numbers are from the Thor. They're gonna be wrong for a V2. We're just going to have this common file, and I'm going to put in, like, steering locked into the common file and other things like that. And once again, lazy global off. Not a local function, this is a global function. I mean, I guess I could make this a module and give this an actual name, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, so this should be relatively reusable for our V2, besides maybe needing to change which engine, because we're gonna switch to different engines over time. I mean, I could just take the engine as part of the ship script, but I think that's fine. If we have to tweak this parameter somehow, we can grab it. Let's make sure that that's actually the right name of this engine. ROEA4. Yep. All right. Well, I'm sure there's errors in that, but V2 camera. Let's simulate this and see what I screwed up. Because I'm sure it's going to boop at me right away. It always does. Yep. Error might really be internal. Unexpected. Oh, yep. That is just a missing period. Oh, that should be lib common. Alright, so this does its initial pitch over. Heading stable, switching to gravity turn. Yep. Wherein it always does its little roll. For funsies. Alright, 200 kilometers up isn't too bad. But this script is not set up for the rest of what it needs to do. So we finish the launch, wait until vertical speed is negative and stage, and then wait until altitude is less than 75,000 in stage. And that will arm the parachute. And then that's pretty much it. The parachute's armed at that point, and it'll do its thing. All right, let's give the whole thing a try then. And I can tweak the initial, like, launch parameters, but I think this, like, initial 6 degrees getting up to whatever, like, it seems like it gave itself a fine. All right, I'm just going to let this run at 4x. And as soon as this flips direction, it should, yep, stage, perfect. All right, that's the parachute armed. And as soon as I see that the parachute has us at a slow enough speed, and it looks like it will. Yeah, 8 meters a second is fine. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Even stuck the landing. All right. Cool. So we can launch a few of these things to fulfill different contracts and send the camera in different directions and try to get a little more science from these cameras this time around compared to the first attempt. Let's get this thing painted. Let's get our logo on it. Oh, nope. But first, it is, once again, ad break o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and let the ads run, and when we come back, we will paint this rocket and get our logo on it. And then we're going to be pretty much ready. I might build the launch complex for the next engine up, for the XLR-41 instead of just for the A4. basically build the slightly bigger version of the rocket. Because I think the fuel is the same. Ethanol 75 and LOX. The A4 is ethanol 75 and LOX, yeah. So just making sure that it has enough fuel, that it's scaled to the slightly bigger rocket, etc. Same with the avionics, make sure that they can handle the bigger weight of the larger rocket. But for now, ad break, painting, and then we'll fool around with the launch complex and all of that stuff. Alright, thanks for sticking around through the break, everybody. It's appreciated. Let's get this thing painted. And then get the launch complex going for it. So I think the camera, we're stuck with the colors on, and same with the parachute. So these are kind of going to define part of our color scheme, at least for the upper stage, because there's not a lot that I can do about them. Oh, I forgot to turn off some of these antennas and set this one to, like, VHF low. Let's open the antenna planning. To Cape Canaveral, distance max, do like 300 kilometers. Okay, I still think 0 dBm is acceptable. Cool. And that just lowers power consumption. Not that I think it matters a lot in this design, but like if I wanted to put less EC in here... No, there's no more delta V to be gained from 100 grams of lighter electric batteries. Cool. So let's start on the tank and let's pick our S2, S3, S4. Soyuz. I kind of like the texture of the Soyuz one just because it has detail, not foam. Cryo is just a little more flat. Oh, I see. The difference between the S and the P is the top of the tanks there. So I think for this one we do want an S because we want... this is the avionics unit, right? So the tanks aren't going up into that section. We don't have a nose. That would be the top of the tank. So we do have like an intertank up top. So that is correct. Alright, yeah, definitely Mount B. Go for that nice V2 design there. The core texture, though... I mean, I don't really love any of these. Yeah, 3.75. 3.5 or 4. 4 is a little better, I think. Alright. I think we're gonna go with this for now. We'll play with some other options if I have to. But, from the recoloring GUI, we want kind of... Our two key colors have been the Delta Blue and the Centaur Common. Those are the... We want that to be like a fuel line. So that's going to be some sort of detail in a slightly different color. The salmon on the blue is kind of funky, in a good way. I like it. Alright, let's start with that, and let's go into these wings, then. back to our kind of key colors here. Yeah. Avionics is going to need some kind of, let's see, shape, texture, real fuel, science, avionics, sides, there we go. That's not bad. Up into the decoupler, which is just going to be straight up our white color, I think. Then the avionics. Probably also just straight the white color. Yeah, I think that looks fine. I think that's good enough. All right, rotate the bottom a little bit so that our pipes are on the sides, so we can put our, what am I looking for? Text. Set text, nasalization. And the color is, I just Googled this and I've already forgotten. 217416. Oh, I can enter the hex code. D92906. Yeah, it needs to be just a touch smaller to fit in that space. Then we also want like a flag decal up on the camera. Bring the scale of that way down. There we go. That looks fine in that position. All right, that's a V2 camera rocket. Beautiful. So, for the launch complex, let's uprate this thing. That's what I said I was going to do. I was going to do the uprated version when we do the launch complex build, because we're going to switch to it sooner than later. There's the XLR-41. And what's the burn time on this? Still 70 seconds. But it burns more fuel in that time. Yeah, we'll do the 7-meter version. And our overall mass now is 14.4 tons, which means this has to be able to handle 15 tons. And it can in that space. Beautiful. All right, so we won't have to retool the avionics for our first upgrade. So, yeah, maximum tonnage 16, minimum 12. That's fine. Height limit is 16. Our current height is 14. That's a little bit of growing room. I think that's okay. Plenty of all the resources that we need. Let's build this. I'm not going to tool this yet because I'm not sure if we're gonna V2 camera 2. I'm not sure if we're gonna do the short, end up with the A4 version or the XLR41 version. We're probably gonna launch at least one of the A4 versions before we go up to the XLR41, but I want to make sure that we're actually, you know, I don't want to tool the A4 version and then never fly it, right? So if we look at management, we've got 2 launch complexes in progress. Yeah, and it does look like we're going to end up tooling the first one. We're going to finish the launch complex well before the post-war rocketry testing tech is done. And then I guess I can sim the camera 2 version and just see how we end up on... Yeah, that's fine. I just want to see where we end up as far as, like, the launch parameters and if we're, you know, way overlofted or underlofted or whatever. Make sure that this thing can fly with the same program as the unstretched version. Because that would be fantastic if all of these can just fly the same program. This is not an ROE A4 anymore, is it? This is an ROE XLR41. All right, let's go to the code. So it's this here. Can I... Let's open... Oh, I don't have my window. Oh, it's down here. A list, blah, 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 blah. List dot... Add an item, copy, join, turns a string. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. All right. So it's going to be like if, A4 dot, not dot. All suffixes of innumerable. There we go. There we go. If not, A4 empty. Engine. And there's probably a not that I should be using instead of an exclamation point. Flow control if language syntax. Logical, yeah, it's not. Not A4 empty. Else if not XLR41 empty. That is not how I print things in this language. Is there like an abort or something that I can call? No. Error? Built-in function, yeah, that doesn't help me. Flow control. Oh, I can do, okay, let's do that. Set local engine is choose A4 empty. No, it's choose XLR41 if A4 empty, else A4. There we go. That should let this pick whichever booster engine it needs. Sure. I don't love it, but it should do the job. That way I just don't have to mess with the script, and it works for both variants. Nope. Oh, whoops. I forgot to get rid of the initial indexing in the A4 and XLR41 paths. There we go. And that'll just follow its gravity turn. Yeah, so this is a pretty highly lofted design, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. Whoops. But as long as it can come in fine and doesn't burn itself up on re-entry, I don't know if I necessarily care that much. I'd rather spend more time in space getting the space science than getting the atmosphere science. Yeah, and we're coming in fine. We're not going to burn up at all. MacJeb settings. Let's see here. Hide menu button. There we go. Now it'll only appear... Yeah. Yeah, 8 meters a second. We're good. Let's just make sure that this will still launch with the A4 variant. Sim this real quick. Yep, no problems. All right, the other thing I can be prepping for is the altitude sounding rocket. Oh, and also this one. First low space bioexperimentation, but I think this is going to need, we're going to want some uprated engines for this one, I think, to be able to hit 100 kilometers with the sounding payload. Yeah, we're not doing this without the next engine, at least. But there's also this, 80 kilometers with 75 units of sounding payload. I somehow doubt that our current rocket can hit this. So this will also be one to look at uprated rockets for. All right. Engineers. Yeah, we're not hiring anyone for that. We have 20. I'll hire more of these guys once I've got our launch complexes staffed up and I know kind of what our available funding is. Like, we're losing money right now, technically, from just building these 2 launch complexes simultaneously. So I want to... Yeah, I don't want to start buying more researchers just yet. So let's get Launch Complex 1 done. And Launch Complex 1 is for the WAC, and it'll need an upgrade for the XASR version of the rocket, but that's okay. Did I already tool this one? I already tooled this one. Perfect. So we can just launch, unlock 8 parts. We're going to queue up 2 of them because, well, we'll get a little more science from launching the second, but also if there's an issue, we want to have a spare. Yeah, estimated infinity, because we do have to staff up that Launch Complex 1. And yeah, we are still in the red as far as that goes. All right, we can roll out the first rocket. And of course, it ends in the middle of the night. Okay, so this should just complete our first launch and 100-kilometer come online. Missions pretty much automatically, barring a failure. And yeah, we want to be getting our rep up as quickly as possible and start getting subsidy. Because I'm fairly certain in the first attempt at this, I left... I kind of underperformed. I'm pretty sure in the first attempt at this, I left a lot of money on the table with subsidy because I wasn't flying enough contracts. And that's not what wholly killed the run, but it's part of it. $60 kilometers. 100 kilometers. There we go. Contract complete. 10 applicants is fantastic. Following leaders are now available. We will look at them. But yeah, we're up to 28,000 rep, so let this keep transmitting science. And fun lifting body physics. All right. First flight with the new space agency. I am still going to fly that second whack just because it's a little bit of science, even though I don't think I can finish any contracts with it. Now, administration leader. Cheaper researchers, more reputation from contracts. Extra reputation to remove a leader. That actually seems pretty good. Especially lower researcher salaries early on. And the bonus reputation. Yeah, this seems like a bigger downside than... Yeah, let's try Glushko this time. Let's get those 10 applicants into my science. How is my overall... Yeah, minus 22... Available contracts. I want to be working towards low space biological experimentation and also this altitude sounding rocket intermediate. As much as it is an optional contract. So both of those... Grab... Yeah, let's grab early rocketry here. Yeah, well, do I want to fly that? Or do I want to start... adjusting the launch pad for the next rockets? That's the question. Because our next rocket design is going to be a wider, essentially a wider whack, right? Going out to 0.38, operating the engine. The XASR-1, right? And what's the burn time for the XASR-1? 40 seconds. Actually, that's fine, because it'll burn up to 45 issue-free. And then, of course, it'll need the improved booster when we can swap to that. But this is where we would put in the... Oh, I don't have the biological capsule unlocked yet. That? Great. So if I just grab another fuel tank... I think this has to be highly pressurized. Yeah, sounding payload for 75. I'll just make it a meter. So this would be the kind of bigger version of the rocket. And let's just sim this. But we might need the bigger booster as well before this can actually hit any goals. Let's double check the size of those wings, make them a little bit bigger. Because I'm pretty sure our, say here, center of mass, aerodynamic, so it's fine here, but I bet as soon as I pull this off, we're in a load of crap. Yep. All right, let's try that again. Oh, and of course I messed up my staging. If this can hit 80 kilometers in this configuration, then we can plan to fly it for a contract even before we get the biological sample capsule. If this can't hit 80 kilometers in this configuration, then it might not be worth it, but... yeah, no problem. No problem at all. And this has the 75 units of sounding payload. Cool. Actually, you know what? Let's do this one in the white color. Yeah. All right. And if we show hide management... oh, can I not cancel this now that the launch complex is being reconditioned? That's funny. Oh, but this, we actually can't fly this yet until we have post-war rocketry testing, so we will still want to refly, I think, the second whack for science early on. Okay, that's fine. We've got to wait for the flight and the rebuild anyway, no matter what, so... yeah. That's going to be 1951-04. And we don't get post-war rocketry testing until 06. Okay. So that gets us Launch Complex 2 done. And we can staff it up now. Well, let's launch the rocket, and then I'll auto staff up to full staff in that, and I'll let it do its thing. So we're going to do a standard V2 camera. What I want to make sure is that this is set to 15 tons, because we are going to use the same avionics unit on the stretched version. Right? Because the camera 2, that's 15-ton avionics. Yes. 15, 500, 1.25, 1.6. Yes. Cool. So tooling all of this. Oh, yeah. Significantly worth it. All from the unlock credit, no issues there. And queue up. Oh, whoops. Launch Complex 2. We're gonna want, like, at least, well, we'll start with 2. I'm not sure if we'll be able to fly 2 before... I'll check the integration list. Estimated infinity. Oh, yeah. Let's start staffing up. Let's see, auto hire up to 80. Reserve funds of like 1,200 at this point is fine. Because, yeah, we're going to do launch suborbital trajectory and return uncrewed. And we're going to do first low space film return, both with... I don't think either of these needs sounding payload on them. I'm double checking. Yeah. I might need to adjust the initial launch pitch a little bit to hit this one. Just making sure that we go far enough downrange. But other than that, I think it's fine. This one we're just waiting for the tech for, and then we can also get it scheduled. Yeah, it doesn't quite hit this contract. I could do this with a V2, but that seems like a lot for a quick contract. Yeah, this is showing the second V2 is going to be, like, well after we have a bunch of tech. But I'm not too worried about that. Before we launch this, let's get... Oh, no, we don't have post-war rocketry testing done yet. Okay. So, yeah, we can launch this one as is. So we're not expecting any contracts from this at all. This is purely science. And range safety. All right. So that's that one done. I'm not going to fly another one of those. If I look at what can I do with my current research points, I think... Yeah, we've got the materials science node, and we've got the tracking systems node. I want to do tracking systems first, because I want to get the biological sample capsule and start getting the science from that. And also the much better mass fraction of our avionics. And then here, we are going to get the better tankage, which will be an improvement. But that's, that'll be the next one that I do with our next flights. So, I think... What do you mean no vessels? Oh, I'm on the wrong... Yeah, here we go. This second V2, I'm gonna scrap. We're not gonna launch it. Because by the time we would even start building it, we would have post-war rocketry testing. So we may as well upgrade to the next engine and start working on that. I don't think there's much I can do. Yeah, no, not without... Alright, post-war rocketry is done. So now I should be able to grab our uprated whack and get that in the queue. Oh, forgot to tool. Yeah, procedural tank, and the avionics, yes. All right, and that looks like that's going to be the next one done. Which means our next mission is going to be the altitude sounding intermediate. And we'll skip to morning. All right. This thing should pretty much just work and do what we need. So our contract is 80 kilometers, and in the simulator, this thing got up over 100, so... Let's time warp through this. Yep. It's gonna be tight, but we didn't have a failure there, right? Nope. But we will hit the 80 kilometers with this. And that'll give us, again, a little bit of science, but also a bunch of more reputation, which is just pushing up our subsidy. And that is the whole point of these exercises, of doing these optional contracts. All right. It does look like we've got everything flying high. Well, temperature scan is flying high forest, so we can get a little bit of science from that from other biomes. But I think this rocket is pretty much range safety. All right, I think I want to do early tracking systems before early rocketry, because that'll get me the biological capsule. I can actually plan that rocket now. I think it's 35 sounding payload. Biocapsule. We will need a coupler. And we will almost certainly need the uprated engine for this to actually hit... Well, this doesn't have to hit space, I don't think, does it? Let me double check the actual contract requirements for that. It's nice if it hits space because we get a lot more science. But theoretically... Yeah, hit 100 kilometers... and recover the payload. Yep. Okay. So we don't have to hit 140, we just have to hit 100. Which I don't think is going to be a problem for this ship once we have the biological sample research. Let's find parachutes. Zero spares. Single chute. Silk, because it's cheaper and lighter weight. Let's see, we're using 2 chutes. We want to land at like 9. All the deployment stuff is fine. Secondary chutes, same thing. 9. 2. Range materials, silk. All right, so that's going to be like that, and I mean, yeah, those actually could be the same stage, can't they? And then as far as the script goes, we wait until vertical speed is negative. We wait until ship altitude is below 75K, and we drop the chute. We can just add that to this script. That basically is wait until we've re-entered the atmosphere and then stage. And for the versions of the WAC that don't have a payload on them, this will just do nothing. You'll hear the staging click and it won't fire. All right. Oh, and we will have the uprated engine by then, the booster. I don't know if we need to switch to it, though. I don't know if it matters one way or the other. But we will have it unlocked. This one. Oh, but this requires script changes because the engine's going to be different. So, let's not do that. How far back is this? This is... oh, it's missing the parachute. Okay. That's fine, I can fix that quickly. More quickly than I can fix the coloring on the engine. Unfortunately. Silk. 0 spares. Let's see. Touchdown 8 with 2 parachutes. Silk. 8, 2 parachutes. All right, that should do what it needs to do. Save that. This decoupler needs to be correctly colored. Go. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is once again that time, so I'm going to run an ad real quick, and then we will sim this. I think this will probably sim fine. If it doesn't, we will have to swap out the Tiny Tim for the Aerojet 18K. And yeah, we'll go from there. But I suspect this will be able to hit what it needs to hit without that. But again, we will have that solid unlocked. So we might want to do that, or we might just use that uprated solid for other missions with this rocket style. Either way, it is at o'clock, and I will be back in just a few minutes. All right, I changed my mind. I'm just going to get it sorted for this booster to work correctly. There's no reason not to. We're going to have it available. Like, we should get the extra performance out of the launch, etc. So I think for this, we have to do the same thing. Um, 25 KS 18,000, I think. And let me double check that. 25 KS 18,000. Yep. And then local booster is choose. How does this work? Tim, if KS 18 empty, else. Okay, that should do the right thing for both variants of the whack, depending on which booster I use. Okay, let's sim this thing. I don't think there's any reason not to at this point. Yeah. So we should see this hit, well, at least 100 kilometers. 140 would be nice because it'll bring in more science, but I'll take over 100 because that's what we need for the contract. This has our 35 units of sounding payload. Yep. Bio, invalid, that's fine. Ooh. Well, I'm glad I swapped out the booster engine. I guess I didn't realize how heavy the biological sample capsule is. But this will hit 100. So I think it'll be fine. We'll be able to finish the contract with this. I just want to make sure that on the way down, it is able to the parachutes work right and all that stuff, right? All right, that's good. Parachute should be armed. We are sitting at like 9 meters a second descent. Beautiful. That's funny. The fake ground of Cape Canaveral. But yeah, that's perfect. All right, so this needs to wait for a little bit of tech before it's actually ready to launch, but it is good to go other than that. All right, so what are we at with contracts available to us that our vessels can actually complete right now? Oh, I guess I want to in-queue an uprated V2. Oh, and you know what? With early tracking systems, I didn't fix the avionics on that rocket. Let's fix that now before I forget. Because we're going to have early tracking systems by the time this, Post-war avionics, I think, is the one. Let me double check that. Make sure that I am not losing my mind. Yeah, early tracking systems, science core, tech level 1. Okay. Yeah. But this is called early tracking systems, not whatever. Okay, that's fine. So that is what we would want. Hey, Kellen, welcome in. Good to see you. No, it's the post-war avionics. Yeah. This is the one that we have. This is the one that I want. So I think you did make it to another one. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I haven't made it to the last couple of times that you've been streaming. It has not worked with my schedule. I keep meaning to, though. Okay. Yeah, I saw you were doing FTL a week or so ago. That I wish I could have made. Because I do enjoy me some FTL. Yeah, that all looks fine. Cinder mass and our lift looks fine. Let's resim this with the new avionics. And even making it to the boss in FTL is an achievement. That game is hard. This should... I mean, it should fly pretty much like the last sim, just slightly higher because it has the uprated avionics. I just wanted to make sure that it was still... Mostly making sure that it's still aerodynamically stable, right? Because the lighter avionics package means that the whole center of mass is pushed backwards. Yep, just a little bit of extra margin on it compared to the previous flight, and otherwise nothing special. As expected. Alright, so that one I think is ready to go as soon as we have the technology for it. And I wanted to queue up the uprated V2 camera. Yep, which just needs the bitter tank. Go with it. And I already simmed this. I already know it works fine. We don't have new avionics yet, so this one doesn't need anything to wait for. So I think, looking at our combined capabilities here, first things first, let's get these engineers over here. Did I get administrator yet? No. How much science does this need? Oh, 2. Yeah, let's get this in queued as well. And we'll put it here. Yeah. Although this says early rocketry should actually be before that. Really? It just says post-war. It doesn't actually say what year it thinks it should be researched. Regardless. All right. I think I've got kind of everything I can do here. Early solids is just gonna happen when it happens. And then once we get tracking systems, we can launch the bio. At some point, this will have reached enough of its reward that it's worth launching another existing rocket just to complete the contract. But that's going to take at least 60 more days. How long does it take actually to build one of those? What does the WAC 2 look like on integration time? 5 days. Okay, yeah. So not worth just building it. Well, I mean, I could just build it and have it ready to go. But I think I want to set an alarm and skip ahead like 60 days, and then we can fly that contract. So we'll do this one. Because, yeah, this is showing... Yeah, we're technically still positive. Okay.
Oh,
130 kilometers with 75 units of payload. I don't think just the uprated solid is going to be enough to hit this. So let's, let's just skip ahead like 60 days. Where's Kerbal Alarm Clock? Create alarm. Time to alarm. 30 days. Add alarm. Warp action. Halt the current time warp and return to 1x speed. Okay. Cool. That actually worked. Now if I check this, it's going to be like, oh, day 67, because I did my math wrong. So, like, 20 days. Warp. It'll halt it again. That was 20 years, not 20 days. Good job, Brennan. Alright. Well, definitely we can rerun Sounding Rocket Intermediate then. Yeah. This'll happily give us a bunch of money. So let's get that rolled and queued. This has the 75 units of payload. Wrong launch complex. And just rerunning that intermediate and eventually difficult version when I can will help with keeping our subsidy up. Yeah, it's I always find it fun to watch people figuring out Kerbal, for sure. What was I saying? Yeah, we should be able to launch this every once in a while and keep our subsidy up. Or keep our reputation up, which keeps our subsidy up. Because right now, our reputation is a lot lower than I would like. Yeah, it's kind of the same. Kind of the same, for sure. Let's see, LC2 minus 10, LC1, put them back. Why do you think you're going to take so long? I thought this said that it was 5 days. 25 days? Okay. Oh, probably because I moved the staff around and it messes up their efficiency when you take them off the staffing. That's right. I always forget about that. All right, well, before I launch that rocket, we should grab this contract, or do I want first low space film return? I mean, I'm going to do them both basically back to back. Let's do first suborbital trajectory and return. Because this gets us leader unlocks. Yeah. So this should just fly itself. directly towards the sunrise. Reach space, return home safely. All right. Those are things that this rocket can do. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and speed this up a little bit, because otherwise the real Earth rocket launches do get a little bit tedious when you're sitting around for several minutes waiting for your rockets to get to space, just like in the real world. Don't blow up. Don't blow up. Yeah, well, and especially with the restart and being back to very early game, these engines are not known for not blowing up. Or rather, they are known for blowing up. So I'm actually surprised we haven't had a failure yet. Let's see, I think on the flight recorder I usually put downrange. Yeah, this hits 200 kilometers, no problem. Which means that it will successfully complete the, we'll be able to complete the next contract that I wanted this vehicle to do as well. Although we'll be using the uprated version for that, with a slightly better engine. There it goes. I was getting nervous about that parachute there. All right, there we go. Contract complete. All right. Relax. Are you gonna let me recover? There it goes. Oh, that would be cool. Being able to invest science in more than just unlocking things. It would probably require a bunch of changes to, like, test flight to be able to support it, but, or, you know, a replacement of test flight that supports that function, right? Okay. And with all that science, what do we want? We want early science. We want avionics prototypes. And we can't quite get early materials science after that. Or satellite era electronics. All right. And we're not getting planes. I mean, I should probably invest in catching up on solid tech too. Like, the GCRC is nice as a kick motor. And, like, getting to a point where I can use casters, like I was talking about before I reset. Being able to use casters as, boosters. So let's just grab this. Why not? I mean, our research probably takes us, yeah, all the way to like 1958 at this point. But all right, so our next major milestone is this downrange 3 kilometers. We're going to do this first low space film return real soon as well. Low space bio when we have the research for it. And we're going to refly this altitude intermediate shortly because we will have this WAC 2 to fly. Grab intermediate. Yeah. Morning. And I think this should have what we need. And then let me double check the... We can also look into these downrange LV development contracts, swap out the upper chunk of our the camera and the like return parachute of our camera rocket for this what we need for the downrange LV. Get rid of this one. Yeah. So yeah, we should look into getting these done as well, because this will be a bunch of reputation. And that is something that we need. Alright, let's launch this one. This should just be going for that intermediate 75 units of payload to 100 kilometers contract. Or, sorry, 80 kilometers. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to get me any science at this point. Yeah, no problem. This will actually go up to 100. Alright, contract complete. And since this thing isn't actually getting me any science, I am just going to end it here. Oh, and I forgot to appoint my new administrator, didn't I? Chief Scientist. That's an important one. Not doing planes. Not doing planes. I didn't end up doing enough with solids to make Jack Parsons worth it on my first attempt. I don't love any of these, honestly. I mean, I guess I can grab Von Karman. I mean, solid rocket research just isn't that important, and integration speed is... like, I lost last time because my rockets were taking too long to integrate, so I'm kind of inclined to just not take any of these early Chief Scientist options. Like, I think they're all bad if I'm not doing planes. That's my decision. What are we at? 80 out of 295. Okay. Better than we have been. Still not great. All right, let's check this. Let's see about turning the camera rocket into a downrange. This one. So let's reroute to that. Take the whole payload off. And if I grab a modular nose tank, actually, that's exactly what I want. Type, high pressure, tank UI, sounding payload, 500. It's a little silly. The angles don't quite line up, but... oh, there's different... nope, never mind. Oh, here we go. These are the different shapes that I was looking for. Maybe 5? I like 5. Yeah, and we can still fit 500 sounding payload in here just fine. This is not V2 camera, this is V2 downrange. But I think if it just uses the V2 camera file, it'll try to drop a payload that it doesn't have, and that's fine. So I should be able to use the same launch script that I've been using. I don't have to make a new one. Maintain avionics, reach a downrange of at least 150 kilometers with 140 kilometers altitude. All right. This should be able to achieve that pretty much no problem. I would be absolutely shocked if it didn't. Let's turn on the thermometer and the barometer too, because we should be able to get some space science from those. And let's sim this thing. We might see that, like, the initial pushover is weird, but it might need some tweaks to that. And if it does, then I'll have to change the program, but... hopefully, we can see this... Yeah, it seems like it's doing okay. It doesn't look like it's pitching over too hard. Yeah, the gravity turn is fine. If anything, it could be a little more aggressive, but... Yeah, let's open that. Where's MacJeb? MacJeb. Flight recorder? Yeah, because I want to watch the downrange. This has to hit 150 kilometers downrange to successfully complete that contract, which I think it'll do just fine. All right. Yep, that's it trying to drop a payload that it doesn't have, which is fine. And yeah, 200 and some odd kilometers downrange. No problemo. The only thing I could try to do is maybe give it... Oh, it doesn't have an antenna at all. That's right, the antenna was on the upper stage, so I need to enable an antenna on this so that it can send science back. Communications, turn the antenna back on. Antenna planning to Cape Canaveral at a distance of like 350 kilometers. How low can we go? 13 dBm? And how long does this thing think it'll last on batteries? 25 minutes? Yeah, that's fine. It really only needs to be able to transmit the science from space. All the science, I think, in the atmosphere is done. So I'm not too worried about that. And the science is secondary to the contract that it's supposed to complete. So this will be able to do one of those downrange contracts absolutely no problem. Probably need to tool that nose cone. Yeah. But I don't think I actually want to just yet. Let me look at my research queue, and I could have done this from in the VAB, and I should have done it in the VAB, but early tracking systems doesn't really give us another... Nah, maybe I don't need to do anything different. Early tracking systems is the one I need for, yeah, the biological sample capsule. Nope, I think I can just launch that as is. I don't think I want to plan to have any further tech for it. And it completes the contract as is, so why not? Grab the toolings and launch on the correct launch complex. All right, so we can just keep launching these kind of whenever we want. This one, I think we need a little more tech before we can start doing the difficult version. We're dangerously close, actually, to achieving this one. 240 kilometers downrange instead of the 150 that the intermediate needs. Yeah, that's the only difference between them. So that would also be a nice one to wrap up. How is my budget? Yeah, we're pretty early. Our budget is going to keep increasing, so we're going to have more space to ramp up on researchers and staff as we need to. Would be nice to have a few more researchers, but I'm going to let it keep ramping up our engineers first automatically, and then I'll check my budget and see if I can get it to start adding researchers for me. Where are we? March of 52. Okay. So this is going to be first low space film return. We're going to cross 100 kilometers. We'll achieve a downrange of at least 200 kilometers. Yes. So I think we can just fire this off, and I think it should just work for me. Oh, that was a performance loss. So I don't think we're going to finish that contract with this launch. I am not sure we're even going to get any science off of this darn thing. Because, yeah, we're about to, The gravity turn is gravity turning. But with the engine running at a fraction of its rated thrust. Yep, there we go. And we're out. Yeah, this isn't going to achieve anything. And if I check the script... Yeah, this doesn't... There we go. I can do it myself. I'll say tapping that spacebar was allowed because we're still directly connected to the ground, and they deployed the satellite. But there is a bug in this script for situations like this, and I will fix it. Actually, I can fix it while this lands itself. Let's head over to the code. The issue is that if our vertical speed drops below 0 when our altitude is already under 75,000, we don't... we'll try to stage twice in the same frame, and KSP doesn't let you do that, so we need a wait until stage ready. And this will ensure that the next time we have a failure, I don't have to tap the spacebar, because we'll stage, we'll wait a moment, and then we'll see that, yes, the ship altitude is low, deploy the parachute, instead of trying to do both things effectively simultaneously as far as the game is concerned. I don't know if there's any... Well, I get a little bit of funding back for recovering this, I think, so... That's, too bad that... Yeah, there's no data on this at all. Too bad that that didn't work. But failure is part of rocketry. Now we do the recover dance. There it goes. Yeah, okay. We got 100 funds back from that. Which we basically need to immediately spend launching another one, unfortunately. Now the question is... We do the camera too. Well, no, we'll do the downrange first. Yeah, this is still saying it's going to be done before early tracking systems, so that is fine. Where were we? 15th of March, 1952. All right, 80 engineers. Huzzah. How's our funding? Still positive. Let's start auto-hiring researchers. All right, and we need to change which contract we have, get rid of the film return, and grab downrange intermediate. Yeah, intermediate. The next time we upgrade this rocket, it will definitely be able to do difficult, but we may as well do intermediate for now. My staging was bad. I was not paying attention. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a 10-second wait to the start of the code. Wherever the code is. This one. We're going to add a 10-second wait to the start of the code, and that way I can fix the staging before the launch happens. And then the next time we fly one of these, I'll double-check the staging in the VAB. I don't know how I managed to mess up that part of the staging, because I simmed this thing. And yet, they are a single stage. I must have accidentally dragged and dropped it when I was doing something else. I'm also curious if this will hit the 240 or if I'm going to need to wait until the next upgrade of this rocket for the expert contract. Because if I can start flying the expert version of the contract, that is fantastic. All right. Let's fast forward a little bit. Contract is that? Oh, speed record. Nice. Far did we get? Oh, just over 240. I could have taken the better contract. Oh well. But that is downrange distance, launch vehicle, complete. That is a bunch more rep. We're at almost like 50% of the max, which is great. I would love to get more, but... This is just going to keep transmitting science very slowly until it reaches its, I think it's 40 kilometers is the edge of high altitude. Nope, yeah. And this might burn up on re-entry. Wow, it didn't burn up on re-entry. All right, That's great. That is another contract done. Let's see what we've got. I probably can fly this one again. Yeah, I should fly this one again. Just exactly the same rocket that I've flown a few times on this contract. And then we're still working towards early tracking systems for low space film return. Or sorry, not for low space film return, for low space bio. But we can just launch one of those. That's the wrong launch complex. Launch one of those. Saved by the ablative engine and fuel tank. Yes, indeed. Sorry, I just saw that comment. So we'll do first low space film return, and then after that we get the repeatable low space film return. Yeah. But this starts to have pretty pretty significant downrange requirements, so we're definitely going to have to tweak our launch profile to hit this contract, because we've been going more up than out for the most part. And also we might need a little more oomph. We might need a bigger rocket. But we will be getting more powerful rockets, you know, relatively soon. Where are we in? We're in May. This is going to be finished in August. So I may as well queue up another one of the ones that has the sounding payload, because we can still do the downrange and fix our staging, because we should be able to launch another one of these in the right launch complex. In the right launch complex. There we go. By the time we get around to that rocket, we'll be ready to refly that mission. And then that gives us a little time to get a little more research done, maybe for the, for upgrading our V2 camera to be able to hit the tougher requirements of the later film missions. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is that time again, so I am going to let it run ads for the 3 minutes that it always needs to run ads per hour. And then I will go ahead and we can get these two launches that are coming up, the sounding rocket and the camera, done. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break and supporting the channel. I do try to run the bare minimum of ads, and I always try to take a break when I run them so that you don't miss anything when they're going. So, we've got a couple of launches that I just had prepped. We've got an altitude sounding rocket, intermediate. That'll be some more... You now have a sudden urge to buy a truck. Yep. I don't know if Twitch just thinks I'm old or something, but I don't get the truck ads. I get the weirder ads. What was I saying? Yeah, we've got this altitude sounding rocket intermediate, which will give us chunk of cash. Well, not cash, reputation. And then hopefully we can finally do this low space film return, which will also be a big chunk of reputation. After those two, those are the next two launches, we're finally going to get early tracking systems, and that'll let us finally do this first low space biological experimentation. And then I think to get the next tier of this, we're going to need a little bit more tech as well. If I find suborbital research. You live in one of the natural habitats of the pickup truck? Yes. That's fair. Yeah, 120 kilometers with 75 units of payload. We're not going to do this on the current rocket, so we will need to wait for a little bit of tech. We might be fine with just the materials science node for that. Because that gets us a massive weight reduction. But if that doesn't do the trick, then we'll need early rocketry. But either way, we might be able to start running... We'll need to test this. We might be able to start running this altitude intermediate with the biological sample on it. We won't get as much science as we would going all the way up to space, but we'll still get a little bit of science from the high altitude. You know, everything above 40 kilometers. So that might be worthwhile, is switching to running this with the bio. At any rate, let's get the contracts that we have now done, and we will see where we end up. Where are we? June 52. All right. Altitude sounding rocket intermediate. Yeah. All right. This thing should just fly itself, so nothing interesting with this launch, unfortunately. No science, just getting some extra reputation for the extra subsidy. There we go. Contract complete. That's just a little more reputation. I don't think there's any reason to keep flying this, so range safety. guess we should grab this material science node. Those both need 4. Okay. All right, that was the research that we needed for the biological sample rocket. So let's grab the bio-whack. And I wanted to test before we're going to fly this as is with its 35 units of payload. But if I push this up to 75, I want to see if this will hit 80 kilometers. I suspect it won't. I think we're going to need a little more tech. We're either going to need the aluminum tanks so we have a lot less mass, or we're going to need the next engine, or both. But if we can hit 80 with this, then we can be getting a little bit of science every time we run that repeatable contract. $60, $70, $80. Oh! Wow. All right. We still even hit 100 with 75 units of payload. Okay. Cool. So the answer is yes. We can use this for, from now on, we can fly this one and get a little bit of science on the repeatable altitude sounding rocket contract. But for now, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to fly it. It's 35 configuration. Do we have any tooling to do? Yeah, because we have the new avionics. All right. Let me double check what the next version of that contract looks like, specifically for the biological sample. Suborbital research, low space, 120 with 75 units. Okay, this didn't quite hit this. This only hit 100 with 75 units. So and then this advanced biological suborbital experiment is going to require a bigger rocket as well. But that's a different sort of chain of contracts. All right, so we should be able to finish this rollout and grab our camera contract again. First low space film return. So the last time we tried this, we had an engine failure, and we plunged into the ocean. Hopefully this time... Oh, it still has the 10-second countdown. Let me just delete that from the code. so it won't be there the next time. Oh, again? No. That is another engine performance loss. This doesn't seem like it's as bad of a performance loss as the last time, but we might have a hard time hitting this downrange distance. Yeah, I don't think we're going to achieve anything in this flight again. Yep, that is another failure. All right, we've got a V2 downrange and queued. I can queue up another camera. We won't have any more science done. Yeah. May as well. All right. Let's see if this one is successful. First, I need to cancel film return and grab low space biological experimentation. 35 units of sounding payload, hit 100 kilometers. This rocket can do that, assuming it works. Oh, actually, how long has it been since... cancel. Yeah, that's up to 99 days. Okay. So I should also go ahead and queue up another one of these. I do this here. Duplicate. Yeah. Cool. Oh, but no, that's not what I want. Because... it needs to have the 75 units of payload. So let's just give that a different name. Be the BioWhack S that has additional sounding payload. Bop. Bop. Cue that up. Okay. That'll give it, 1952-11, yeah. But this one, make sure I actually have, yes, first low space biological experimentation. Launch. 100. Cool. That is our requirement, is 100 kilometers altitude. Yes. Once we're above 40, we should start, yeah, to get a little bit of the sample from high altitude. But this is why I want to be flying this on kind of every mission, is because, or sorry, why I want to start using this one that has the biological sample for the altitude intermediate flights, is because we can burn through these 17 minutes of flying high science pretty easily. All right. I think we just have to land to retrieve this, all right. Finally a successful mission. Oh, that XLR-41 is just killing me today. All right, with 7.8, I don't know if... Oh, yeah, I can queue up basic rocketry. Yes, I was saying that earlier, and then we had 3 failures of our V2s in a row. This one, yeah, we're gonna need a little more oomph to hit 75 units of payload at 120 kilometers for sure. Advanced, we're pretty close to being able to do this. And that, I think, is one of the last contracts for suborbital research. We still haven't done low space film return. We have plenty of time left on this contract, though, so I'm not worried, actually. And given that most of my little research balls are yellow and haven't started turning green yet, that means that I'm kind of in line with the right research of the era. And that bodes well as well. Avionics prototypes and... Okay, we have early science before avionics prototypes, so that should be fine if I really want to push on completing that program, but I don't think I do. All right, downrange V2. And I think I decided I could do difficult. Yeah, we saw it hit this. It did cross the 240-kilometer boundary. It's snug. Ugh. It is snug to hit difficult. I think I'm going to stick to intermediate for now, and we'll bump it up to difficult the next time we uprate the rocket. That feels safer to me, because the last thing I want is for this thing to end up just sitting, like, you know, at 239 kilometers downrange or something like that, and me being frustrated. But this should have no problem hitting the 150-kilometer downrange target. And that is a totally fine burnout. I was fast forwarding through the launch, so we hit our goal just fine. Yeah, we're still like right on the cusp of hitting that 240. So it would have worked this time, but I'm glad I didn't mess with it. And then I'm just going to let this transmit a few of these blips of temperature scan while it's down here before I... Once again, the ablative engine saves the day. All right. Oh, I got a leader. Oh, that's old. Bank. Yeah, okay, that's still Chief Scientist. That is old. Okay, the next one is another biological sample rocket, which we're gonna want to take the intermediate sounding altitude. Yeah, this one. And this will get us a little bit more science and more reputation. Yeah, 138 out of 90. This is fine to fly. And then after that, we will once again try our hand at the very, very cursed film return mission that I still haven't been able to complete. Perfect. This should hit its 80 just fine. We'll get a little bit of science from it. Yeah. And that's the contract done. Yay, more subsidy. What are we at? 240 out of 343 max. Okay, we're getting there. Our decay is 36 a year, so we have to be getting more than 36 a year to keep up. That's... I think the important part, because that's going to be funding for researchers. It's also, I mean, again, it's getting all of these... Every one of these flights is a little more science that I was foregoing the last time I tried to do this. So... hopefully we are not going to be ending up as science limited as I did during the first attempt. That's the goal. And done. Okay. That looks fine. Our next one's going to be low space film return. We might be able to get to difficult once we get post-war materials science. I'm going to go ahead and... I'm not going to queue up another one yet. Well... well, they only take like a month to build, so it doesn't really make sense. Low space biological experimentation. This needs definitely the uprated vehicle. That's going to be, well, hopefully post-war materials science, but if not, early rocketry will get us to it. All right, low space film return. This has been the most cursed mission that I have ever seen. looking good. I mean, I would hope so. Beautiful. Yeah, it's a little bit overlofted. I could definitely tweak our trajectory with this thing a little bit, so we're a little flatter, and I might be able to achieve the next contract with the same rocket, but I don't know if it's worth it, necessarily. All right, now we just have to return home safely. Parachute armed. Beautiful. This is a much blunter re-entry capsule, I think, than the bio capsule was, so it's coming in a little bit slower, but yeah, 8 meters a second touchdown, no problem. Finally. The one I need for level 4, right? No, yes, level 4 tracking station. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. That is awesome. So I think with that, we fast forward to post-war materials science. Well, I guess we don't have to fast forward to it. Yes, we do. Yeah, let's get to post-war materials science, and then we can upgrade all of our rockets to aluminum tanks instead of steel. And we should immediately start getting all sorts of improvements. So, if we switch this to aluminum fuselage... Yeah, okay, that's what I had it before. Aluminum fuselage, utilization, bill. What is that? 3847? What was it on steel? I'm curious again. 3389. So yeah, like a solid 500 meters a second delta V. And then these avionics can be upgraded as well, which not as much of an upgrade, actually. I'm surprised. Yeah, noticeable. Alright, so this is a 2A, because it's the same as the 2, but with aluminum tanks. And I think if we sim this, I have no idea whether it's daytime or nighttime outside. Let's check. What time is it? Currently 2 a.m. All right, so 12 hours off is fine. The clock is in UTC, and we're on the U.S. East Coast, so 5-ish hours, I think. All right, let's run this 2A variant. I want to see just kind of how it performs in general, and then I might tweak the script a little bit to get it pitched down a little further. Because I think we are likely to be still very overlofting this design. Oh, right. We got leaders for that technology as well, so I'll check that also when we get back to, or when we're done with this sim. Yeah, this could definitely be pitched over a little more. All right, let's let me see what I could do in the code. Let's try a much more aggressive initial pitch. So right now, this pitches over 6 degrees and then does a gravity turn. I just changed that to 9 degrees, which is much, much more aggressive. It's probably too much. Maybe not, though. Maybe that's what this thing needed all along. Because, yeah, that's a much more reasonable AP height. I mean, we're still going to go over 300, but, like... looking at the shape of this curve... yeah, we could maybe even pitch a little more for the gravity turn. I want to see how far downrange we go. 500 kilometers downrange. Okay. So this will complete all of the contracts for all the remaining contracts for the camera. So there is that. But it could still honestly be pitched down a little bit further. Let's try 10 degrees. Let's just see what it does. Let's see what it does. But yeah, just the switch to aluminum tanks gives us the extra, you know, oomph that we need to get this thing much further downrange. Which is exactly what I was hoping to see. $50, $90, $130. Yeah, 10 degrees. A little lower. That's expected. Yeah, under 400 now. What's our burnout pitch at? Like, yeah, 30-something degrees? Almost 40? So... we do make it a little further downrange, more comfortably. Yeah, 560 kilometers downrange. Okay. And I want to do one more test with this. We're going to keep the same pitch over, but we're going to go in the opposite direction. I want to make sure that if we're flying... because I want to start getting science from other directions when we're doing these last few flights. So this time we're going to pitch west instead of east. And we're going to keep an eye on this. Okay, so I think the way this counts downrange is we're probably still okay. That's really the question, is how does it count downrange? And is it going to be affected by if we're fighting the Earth's rotation? Oh, we're not actually up into space yet. Okay, it is affected, but we can still hit 400, and that's what matters, is we can finish the contract going in this direction too. Although where we probably actually want to go is like northwest, maybe? Get over the continental US and get some science there. Because, like, I think going this way, we mostly end up over water again, and we're doing exactly the same thing. Cool. Okay, so this is good. And this can complete all of its objectives, no problem. The BioWack S is going to need an upgrade. Okay, this already has the right avionics. That is probably way overburning this engine now, isn't it? 40 seconds up to over a minute. Yeah, that's a little too much. Highly pressurized aluminum. Has this just always been hilariously overburned? A minute, 4 seconds. Yeah, okay. Yes, I've always been hilariously overburning this engine. Cool. Yeah, it should be like here. What was I doing? No, this says 46 seconds. Yeah, HP steel fuselage. All right, and we switch to HP AL fuselage. 45 seconds. Okay. Up to 51 for the... Weird. Oh, was I looking at the sounding tank? Whoops, that might have been what I did. Anyway, the aluminum should also be able to get the sounding payload at 75. And that should be pretty much that for this one as well. And if we sim this, this one should be able to, I mean, hopefully hit 130, 140 with, well, 130 would be nice. 130 means we can switch to the higher tier repeatable contract, but I think 120 is what it needs for the biological sample contract. $140 would be nice because then we start getting science from space. But that's not strictly necessary at this stage. There's still plenty of science to be gotten from high in the atmosphere. $110, $20, $26. Okay, so not quite to 130. But this will complete the next tier of the biological sample contract. Cool. Let's take a look at our contracts and think about where we're at with the launch vehicles and make sure I know what I'm doing for kind of each of the upcoming things. Okay, downrange milestone 3000 I haven't even looked at yet. We might be actually close to it, but we'll see. LV intermediate, and I guess LV difficult we can probably hit consistently now. So we can fly this, we basically just have to swap our downrange version to use the aluminum tanks, and this will hit the 240 consistently, no problem. Low space film return, 150 kilometer altitude with 400. No problem. I think the next one goes up to 200 kilometers altitude, and then the last one is 200 kilometers altitude, and it might be 600 kilometers downrange, which we can't quite hit. So we might need an engine upgrade to finish out this sequence, but we can at least do the next one or two of these, no problem. Low space biological experimentation, 120 kilometers with 75 units of payload. We can do this right now, no problem. We haven't even looked at this one yet. Sounding difficult, we can't quite hit with the biological payload on, but we can consistently hit intermediate with the biological payload on. So if we wanted to just queue up two of those and do the low space biological experimentation and then sounding rocket intermediate, that would be nice and simple. Okay, so it looks like we've got like 3 or 4 realistically contracts that we can fly. 2 from each launch pad, which is great. Let's take a look at, we did get a new leader for getting that material science node. So let's see. All right. Lead contractor. Cockpit parts. Integration at the cost of techs. 10% funds for hiring is kind of crummy, but engineer efficiency gain is nice, although what have we got over here? Oh, just straight up minus 5% researcher salaries for one of the side contractors. That's nice. %10% to early and orbital rocket engine. That's... I don't actually know, like, what counts as early and orbital rocketry as far as Rocketdyne is concerned. But certainly we're going to be going through orbital rocketry for a little while. I mean, I assume this has got to at least count through, like, the F1, right? The Apollo and the RS-25. So, yeah, let's grab Rocketdyne. Let's grab maybe Ilyushin to keep researcher salaries down. I like that. And then I think I'm gonna grab Shalomi. For the engineer efficiency gains, because that means that we'll be able to keep launching that's not what I want. How do I see? Maybe I can't see. The efficiency of my launch pads and stuff like that, but I might not be able to see it from here. At any rate, we'll reach 100 researchers soon. Early rocketry is in when? July, and it's currently January. So yeah, we're going to have to keep pushing researchers forward. One of these science nodes, I think, has like a researcher speed upgrade. Yes. So maybe actually we do this before the rest of Satellite Era? Because it gives us the research efficiency upgrade? All right. But that's still pushing out to 1960 right now, and like we do want to be launching a satellite before that. So we will be pushing our this like reach 100 researchers. I mean, I'm gonna bump up the number. Honestly, we'll just cancel that now. Researchers. Auto hire up to, I don't know, 200. Reserve like 1,500 in funds. Yeah, and that'll just keep running. It'll just keep hiring researchers at a reasonable pace for me. In the meantime, I think we can get a couple of these vehicles that we designed queued up. All right, yeah, this one, I think we want to just queue up 2 of these. Cool it. Because one of these is going to run a intermediate altitude sounding rocket, and one of them is going to run the actual biological experiment. We've got the V2 Camera 2A, which we can tool. And we can launch this. And then we also need to grab the V2 downrange, and we're going to do a downrange A as well. Switching over to aluminum. And up here, high pressure aluminum. Sounding payload of 500. Update. Okay. And we'll have to tool that updated new nose cone tank. That is fine. And we don't have the funds to launch this one. But that's okay. So those are our next 4 launches, which is pretty nice to have in the queue. It does not push us up to early rocketry, like, at all, which has me a little bit worried. Because we're going to have still a few months gap there in the summer of this year, unless I can find some other contracts that I can complete in the interim. But I think I'm going to call it here. This has been a 6.5-hour stream, which is more than enough. I'm feeling... Well, it's hard to tell how I'm feeling because we're still much earlier in the game than where I lost the last one. And obviously we're moving pretty quickly because I have all the existing scripts and things like that. But so far, I haven't made some of the real bad mistakes that I made last time, like way over hiring researchers, and, you know, using the auto hire tool is fantastic. And continuing to keep our, you know, our subsidy up. Like, I did not have my subsidy anywhere near this high when I was running through this section before, and I'm pretty sure I did not have all of this tech queued up before. So I do feel like I'm in a better place as far as the overall game goes. So yeah, I'm feeling confident about the reset having been the right choice ultimately. So yeah, next time we've got some launches to do. I should update my notes about what those launches are. And I will do that when I shut down the stream. And then I'm not sure. We'll certainly have some uprated launchers to design, including the 3-kilometer downrange, which we can probably do at this point. We just have to design it. So yeah, thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Thanks to everyone who watches on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always really, really appreciated. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Kellen. Good to see you. Yeah, thanks again, everybody. And I will see you all next time.